Rồi, alo alo, testing testing. Nghe từ đây ngon. Thì đó bởi vậy mấy họ sợ là
tại chút nữa bà chút nữa cái cô họ nói sai cái này là có chuyện
nói vậy thật thì đúng rồi, nói cái này đây rồi.
Cách nào là anh bật cái con này.
Nếu mà được thì thầy
Bác này.
cáo Thêm 2 người.
The Southeast Asian Ministers of Education Organization, SEAMEO, is a regional intergovernmental organization established in 1965 amongst the governments of Southeast Asian countries to promote regional cooperation in education, science, and culture. Vietnam, readmitted as a SEAMEO member state in 1992, hosts the SEAMEO Regional Training Center, SEAMEO RETRAC, in Ho Chi Minh City, Vietnam. SEAMEO RETRAC is mission-driven to assist SEAMEO member countries in identifying and addressing issues of education and educational leadership and management. SEAMEO RETRAC Governing Board is the main policy-making body of the center. The Governing Board consists of one representative from each of the 11 SEAMEO member countries. The center is headed by the director, who is nominated by the Minister of Education and Training of Vietnam, approved by the SEAMEO RETRAC Governing Board, and officially appointed by the SEAMEO Council President. The center is staffed by qualified academic, administrative, and service personnel. In October 1996, SEAMEO RETRAC started operation with only 6 employees. But over the years, the center's staff has continuously increased to better meet the organization's growth. The center's leadership and staff follow our core values of excellence, professionalism, integrity and commitment, collaboration and partnership, flexibility, creativity and innovation, and social responsibility to meet SEAMEO member countries' increasing demand for quality training programs in our priority areas. SEAMEO RETRAC, focusing on the following priority areas: educational leadership and management, quality, equity, and inclusiveness, quality assurance and accreditation for education, technical and vocational education and training, life skills, and 21st century skills. SEAMEO RETRAC envisions to become a regional center of excellence in the field of education and educational leadership and management in Southeast Asia and beyond. SEAMEO RETRAC provides SEAMEO member countries, especially Cambodia, Lao PDR, Myanmar, and Vietnam, with relevant programs of excellence such as research, training, consultancy, information dissemination, networking, and partnerships. In addition, SEAMEO RETRAC offers language training, teacher training, information and communication technology, and other training programs customized for the region's needs. SEAMEO RETRAC's vision is to become a regional center of excellence, focusing on 3 key result areas: regional leadership, regional visibility, and establishing a solid resource base. Towards regional leadership, SEAMEO RETRAC leads programs in educational leadership and management, language instruction and assessment, integration of ICT for teaching and learning, teacher professional development, research and project development, corporate trainings, overseas studies consultancy. Towards regional visibility, SEAMEO RETRAC leads activities in international cooperation, inter-center collaboration, internship and staff exchange, and community outreach. Towards establishing a solid resource base, SEAMEO RETRAC is committed to human resource
Head of Department of Research and Project Development at SEAMEO RETRAC. It is my privilege to be the MC of the forum this afternoon. Welcome to the Educational Forum on Navigating Leadership and Management for the Future Development of Education, Insights and Practices from Southeast Asia, organized by SEAMEO RETRAC on September the 25th, 2024. This forum is being held in conjunction with SEAMEO RETRAC's 27th Governing Board meeting. The forum is being conducted in a hybrid format, integrating video conferencing platforms such as Zoom and YouTube Live, along with an in-person component for the speakers and participants here at SEAMEO RETRAC's premises in Ho Chi Minh City, Vietnam. Thank you for joining us today. I am very honored to introduce our distinguished guests and participants for this educational forum. From SEAMEO RETRAC, it is my pleasure to introduce Ms. Lê Thị Thùy Dương, SEAMEO RETRAC Center Director, Vietnam. From SEAMEO Secretariat, it is my honor to introduce Mr. Alexandro Sinon Ibanez, CPML Project Manager, SEAMEO Secretariat. I am also delighted to present our distinguished speakers for the forum, who are SEAMEO RETRAC's Governing Board members from Brunei Darussalam, Cambodia, Laos, Malaysia, Singapore, Thailand, and Vietnam. We are very pleased to welcome our distinguished guests, SEAMEO RETRAC's Governing Board members, participants, and SEAMEO RETRAC management who are attending the face-to-face forum here in Ho Chi Minh City, Vietnam. And last but not least, it is our pleasure to acknowledge the presence of approximately 300 participants from various educational institutions across Southeast Asia and many other countries who are joining us via Zoom and YouTube Live. And we hope that more participants will join in the coming minutes. Once again, a warm welcome to all of you to the Educational Forum this afternoon. Ladies and gentlemen, I would like to briefly walk through the agenda of this afternoon's forum. The forum will begin at 1:30 p.m. Vietnam time and is scheduled to conclude by 5:15 p.m. We will start with welcome remarks from SEAMEO RETRAC Center Director and opening remarks by SEAMEO Secretariat representative. Following that, we will have two panel sessions featuring 7 presentations by distinguished speakers from Vietnam, Thailand, Singapore, Malaysia, Laos, Cambodia, and Brunei Darussalam. There will be a Q&A session after each panel and a 15-minute break between the two sessions. The closing session is tentatively scheduled for 5 p.m. To start our forum, ladies and gentlemen, may I call upon Ms. Lê Thị Thùy Dương, SEAMEO RETRAC Center Director, to the stage to deliver the welcome remarks.
Thank you, Mr. Lin. Mr. Alessandro, representative from SEAMEO Secretariat, distinguished SEAMEO RETRAC Governing Board members and observers, distinguished participants from many countries in South Asian region and beyond who are now participating on the forum online. Ladies and gentlemen, good afternoon. It's my great pleasure to welcome you to SEAMEO RETRAC Educational Forum on Navigating Leadership and Management for Future Development of Education, Insights and Practices in South Asia. We are gathered here today to address one of the most critical issues of our time, the evolving landscape of leadership and management in education. In a world that's changing rapidly with the advancement in technology, the integration of artificial intelligence and new teaching methodology, it's imperative that we, as the leaders, adapt to these changes and guide to our institution toward a brighter future. Distinguished speakers and participants. SEAMEO RETRAC is organizing this forum back-to-back with our Golden Ball meeting this year. A speaker at the forum are SEAMEO RETRAC Golden Ball members from 7 countries in South Asia. The purpose of this forum is to create an opportunity for the Golden Ball members to share good models, experiences, and best practices in this area. It serves as a platform for meaningful dialogue where we can collectively explore how innovative leadership can transform the education system in our region. As educational leaders, we face challenges that were unimagined just a few years ago. Traditional leadership models must evolve to keep pace with the rapid advancement shaping our world. Through today's discussion, we aim to delve deep into the innovative practices that are emerging across South Asia and beyond, to explore how we can harness the advancement to overcome the challenges and maximize the opportunity that lie ahead. Together, we will examine the effect of the practices and determine how they can direct our institution toward future development. I would like to extend my warm welcome to our Golden Ball members who have played a pivotal role in the success of SEAMEO RETRAC, as well as all the policy makers, professional educators, and leaders from SEAMEO member countries. Your presence here today demonstrates your commitment to shape the future of education in the region. I would like to take this opportunity to thank all the speakers of this forum for spending your time to prepare your presentation to share at this forum. Thank you very much for all participants from many countries. All of you will find the forum interesting and useful. By doing so, we can ensure that the leadership and management of our education institution are well prepared for the future. Thank you once again for joining us. I look forward to the insightful discussion and contribution that will emerge from today's forum. I wish you all fruitful and inspiring forum ahead. Last but not least, I would like to thank RETRAC officers and staff for your hard work to make this forum happen. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Ms. Lê Thị Thùy Dương, SEAMEO RETRAC Center Director, for your warm welcome remark. Again, this is Mr. Lin from SEAMEO RETRAC. Good afternoon to latecomers. Now we have 265 participants on Zoom and 92 on YouTube Live. I will keep you updated later. And now, may I invite Mr. Alexandros Sinon Ibanez, CPML Project Manager, SEAMEO Secretariat, to the stage for his opening remarks.
A warm good afternoon to everyone in the room and those who are joining us online. Welcome to the SEAMEO RETRAC Educational Forum. Today, we are gathered to explore a topic of profound importance: navigating leadership and management for future development of education, insights, and practices in Southeast Asia. We all know, as mentioned in the welcome remarks, that the education landscape is changing rapidly, driven by advances in technology, artificial intelligence, and shifting societal needs, such as global and regional megatrends and shocks, such as the pandemic. A profound piece of evidence on the future of education is the projection from the World Economic Forum that by 2030, nearly 1 billion jobs, or 1/3 of all jobs worldwide, will be transformed by technology, with many of these technologies requiring skills that do not exist today. This emphasizes the critical need for education systems to evolve rapidly, to equip learners with the skills necessary to thrive in a very changing environment, digitally driven and knowledge-based economy. The growing emphasis future of education. The data on World Economic Forum supports the importance of integrating innovative leadership and management in education to prepare students for such a dynamic future. And I'm all aware that the audience joining us online are many of them are teachers and school leaders who present a huge opportunity period. Leadership and management must be innovative and resilient, equipped to shape the future of learning and development for our societies, making our systems future-proof and shock-proof. This forum serves as a vital platform for sharing insights, discussing policy innovations, and showcasing the best from Southeast Asia. Through collaboration, we can learn from one another's experiences, exchange strategies for overcoming challenges, and embrace opportunities that lie ahead. And I welcome everybody in the room and also those joining us online to give their insights, thoughts, and ideas in order to advance a very profound and meaningful insights in order to improve our education systems, making it more adaptive and responsive. Your contributions in this forum will help SEAMEO and the broader SEAMEO network to develop a stronger regional educational structure that helps member countries, partners, and more broad in Southeast Asia. Thank you very much, and I wish all a productive and insightful forum. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Alessandro Sinon Ibanez from SEAMEO Secretariat for your opening remarks. I'm happy to see more and more participants are joining on Zoom and YouTube Live. During the forum, whenever you have questions to the presenters, please send message to the chat box in Zoom or the chat box in the YouTube Live, and we will transfer the message to the moderators and presenters. Ladies and gentlemen, and now let's move to the next session with country reports from 3 distinguished speakers from the Ministry of Education and Training from Vietnam, Ministry of Education of Thailand and Singapore. And may I invite again Mr. Alessandro Sinon Ibanez. He is now the CPML Project Manager, SEAMEO Secretariat, to be the moderator for this panel session.
Once again, good afternoon to everyone, and I'm happy to open the first session on the country reports from Vietnam, Thailand, and Singapore to share some of their best practices and insights, and most especially their experiences in transforming governance and educational management. Our first speaker would be coming from Vietnam. We will be speaking about transformation in governance, curriculum, and teachers' professional development for future of education in Southeast Asia. Dr. Nguyen Tan Min is a lecturer of business English since 1991 and international business since 2007 in Foreign Trade University, the top university in Vietnam in economics and business. Before moving to the Ministry of Education and Training to work as Deputy Director General of Vietnam International Education Development, she had been in the position of Head of International Cooperation Development for 8 years, Dean of Business English Faculty for 2 years, and especially founder of Faculty of International Education and Foreign Trade University. She had 6 years in charge of supervising all joint training programs in Vietnam, all scholarship schemes by the government of Vietnam, and supervising Vietnamese students and lecturers abroad and foreign students and lecturers in the country. Now she's in charge of international cooperation in the education in Vietnam and has participated in many endeavors such as legal documents in the education cooperation field. So everyone, let's give a warm welcome to Dr. Nguyen T. Tan Min.
Dear Dr. Lê Thị Thùy Dương, Director of SEAMEO RETRAC, Dear Dr. John Arnold, Deputy Director of SEAMEO Secretariat, distinguished SEAMEO RETRAC Governing Board members, ladies and gentlemen, I'm very happy to attend our forum on the navigating leadership and management of future development of education insights, and practices in Southeast Asia. First of all, I would like to discuss the trends of future education. Our future education is shaped by various trends and key factors that are transforming our thinking, approaches, practices in the field. These changes encompass educational aims and objectives, educational ecologies, learning and teaching processes, as well as educational governance and policy. Overall, education for sustainable development aims to seek effective solutions for a multidimensional world. Additionally, the emergence of tools in classrooms and more has led to globally and naturally connected learning environments. These advancements enable students to engage with interactive content, collaborate with peers globally, and access vast amounts of information instantly. Furthermore, these technologies facilitate a shift towards personalized learning, fostering students' autonomy, self-directed learning, and deeper conceptual understanding. The importance of developing digital literacy skills and the ability to navigate and critically evaluate online resources should be strongly emphasized. As the workforce becomes increasingly global and complex, students need to cultivate a broad set of knowledge, skills, attitudes, and values to actively contribute to society and shape the future. To navigate through uncertainties across varied contexts, such as time, social space, family, community, region, nation, and world, and digital space, students must be equipped with necessary competencies. Educational transformation emphasizes the necessity of vertical communication in the classroom. By this means, educators are taking a part of learning process rather than transferring mere information from the curriculum. Teachers should create an environment which may encourage each child to observe, wonder, and participate. Here, this technological tool may be regarded only as a facility instead of letting it take charge of the whole teaching process or instance. Educational transformation emphasizes the necessity of vertical communication in classroom. Next slide, please. In education. The future of education brings a transformation in the education sector. This includes new models and practices of leadership, management, teaching, and learning. The pursuit of increased autonomy in a common objectives among countries in the region. Although it may sound like some policy jargon, it plays a vital role in addressing challenges and ensuring the success of higher education development. Transforming the higher education sector of success in this transformation largely depends on collaborative efforts of national agency and higher education institutions in fostering a greater alignment, reducing tension, establishing a more balanced governance system. The administrative of education in Vietnam, as well as other Southeast Asia countries, has undergone significant reforms in recent years to meet the demands of educational innovation and socio-economic development for sustainable progress. These reforms encompass various aspects. First, modernizing the management of education system. This involves ensuring consistent governance across central, local and educational institution levels. It also entails transitioning from strict state control to systems of supervision and shifting from rigid administrative management to effective quality-focused management. Second, promoting decentralized management. The emphasis is placed on the empowering educational institutions while upholding accountability. This includes ensuring transparency, trustworthiness, and public access to education-related information, as well as maintaining a clear separation between state management of education and the management of educational institutions. Third, enhancing quality improvement aligned with Sustainable Development Goals, SDG 4. The aim is to integrate international standards and leverage scientific and technological advancements to foster connection, share innovative practices, and create new value in education. Fourth, facilitating the autonomous role of educational institutions. The administration of the education system leverage international integration and opportunity brought by Industry 4.0. This allows increased connectivity between educational system institutions within the region and regionally and globally, providing a platform for collaboration and exchange ideas. Fifth, innovating system administration to enhance autonomy and creativity. Technology such as digital tools and platforms is utilized to improve management and organization of teaching and learning. This includes personalized learning approaches, data-driven decision-making, and increased transparency and accountability in education. At both the national and institutional levels, educational administration must adhere to strict law, consider market signals, and engage stakeholders. It also requires a focus on key aspects. First, ensuring quality education. Prioritizing the delivery of high-quality education is one of utmost importance. Second, professional development. Continuous training and development for teachers and administrators, particularly education administrators, is necessary to stay abreast of new trends and advancement in education. Third, cooperation and exchange. Encouraging cooperation and collaboration, sharing experiences, ideas, and resources among educational stakeholders to improve education effectiveness. Fourth, smart administration and technology integration, leveraging technology in administration to enhance sufficiency of education systems operations. Next slide, please. Renovation. The rapid pace of societal changes, driven by globalization, technological advancement, and shifting economic landscapes, demands a curriculum that is dynamic and responsive. Thus, Vietnam has been preparing our students for a world that is fast changing. For Vietnam, since 2020, we have been implementing a new curriculum with our textbook changed annually using block by block format. By reforming the curriculum content-based approach to a competency-based approach, we can align educational goals with the evolving needs of our societies. This involves equipping students with knowledge, skills, and competency that are essential for success in the 21st century. It means focusing not only on traditional academic subjects, but also on interdisciplinary approaches that promote critical thinking, problem solving, creativity, communication, and collaboration. Up to now, we have changed 75% of our textbook. The rest will be done from now until 2025. Furthermore, the reform also embraces new technology and digital literacy, as they have become integral to nearly every aspect of modern life. By incorporating digital skills and technological literacy into the curriculum, we can empower our students to navigate the digital landscape and harness its potential for innovation and productivity. Integrating technology and digital literacy into curriculum is of paramount importance in preparing our students for the digital age. In today's technological-driven world, students must develop necessary skills to navigate, critically analyze, and utilize digital tools effectively. By integrating technology into the curriculum, we can enhance the learning experience, engaging students in meaningful ways, and foster their digital literacy. Digital literacy is not just about knowing how to use technology. It encompasses the ability to critically evaluate information, discern the reliable resources, and understand the ethical and social implications of digital platforms. Integrating digital literacy into curriculum equips students with necessary skills to navigate the digital landscape responsibilities and ethically. Furthermore, technology provides opportunity for authentic and real-world learning experiences. Students can engage project-based learning, conduct research, and create multimedia presentation to demonstrate their understanding of concepts. This hands-on approach workforce. Next slide. Educational innovation. Good teachers bring a good quality of education. Good teachers not only have good professional competence, but also need to be passionate about their profession. By cultivating a collaborative culture, we can collectively enhance the professional growth and expertise of our teachers. Expertise and innovative ideas to develop effective and relevant professional development programs. Through sharing insight on various methodologies, pedagogical approaches, and emerging trends, we can elevate the quality of education and adapt to the rapidly evolving educational landscape. Knowledge sharing plays a vital role in nurturing a community of educators within ASEAN. Workshops, seminars, conferences, and online platform press and gain new perspectives. Sharing research findings, lesson plans, teaching resources further enriches the CPD's ecosystem, benefiting both teachers and students. To further promote collaboration, it is crucial to engage prestigious universities in member countries to establish objectives and set direction for regional-based contributions. Government can facilitate growth improve people's lives across borders. Additionally, supporting short-term training programs between countries foster knowledge and expertise sharing, while laying the foundation for potential multi-country degree programs. University can also facilitate the participation of undergraduate and post-undergraduate students in such collaborative initiatives. For Vietnam, we attach great importance on two factors: professional competence and teachers' passion on their profession. Therefore, in addition to improve the capacity of teachers, we also focus on finding solutions to help teachers commit with the profession, especially in the context of reforming the general education program. The companionship of teachers is extremely important. Teachers need to realize that program innovation is necessary. In summary, we recognize the role of teachers in shaping the future of education, continuous professional development, innovating training programs, and collaboration among Southeast Asia member states are essential for empowering teachers and in promoting their well-being. By supporting our teachers, we invest in the quality of education and pave the way for success of future generations. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Dr. Nguyen Tin Tan Min, for that wonderful presentation. We've learned a lot from that discussion, and there are many trends, both in the professional development, but also in educational management in general, that actually we can learn from the experience of Vietnam. We would like to take note that noise from outside, and any disturbances or any inconveniences during the presentation. But don't worry, our next presentation will be live here with us in this room. So from Vietnam, we're gonna fly to Thailand. The next presentation will be talking about expanding teachers' perspectives through educational practices from the ASEAN countries. This presentation will be delivered by Assistant Professor Dr. Phonpan P. Tumapan, Deputy Secretary General of the Teachers Council of Thailand. He completed his Bachelor's of Education in Elementary Education from Nakhon Ratchasima Rajabhat University, his Master's of Education in Educational Research from Chulalongkorn University, and Doctor of Philosophy in Applied Behavioral Science Research from Sri Nakarin Wirot University, and another Doctor of Philosophy in Measurement and Statistics in the College of Education from the University of Washington in Seattle, United States. Before joining the Teachers Council of Thailand, his last position was a lecturer and assistant professor for the Faculty of Learning Science and Education at Thammasat University, Thailand. His areas of expertise are in assessment, measurement, research methods, program evaluation, and STEM learning and behavioral sciences. So everyone, let's give a round of applause for Dr. Phonpan P. Tumapan, please.
Good afternoon, sir. So this is your one. You want to show the video, right? Yes, I will tell you when I want to show. Yes, I will follow you with that. Yeah. So don't worry. Presenter right here. Just press this to move forward and this to move backwards.
Good afternoon, everyone. Just like being informal for my presentation. So my presentation is about expanding teacher perspective through educational practice. Some activities that we implemented in Thailand.
Yeah, priorities.
Okay, and then okay, okay, thank you.
States.
Okay, and first, I would like to inform you about the overview of the 38 ACT plus one convention, which is one kind of like international conference or international meeting in Thailand. And then I will walk through the activities set in this convention. And then I will focus on the leadership for school improvement, which is one activity that implemented in this convention. First, I would like to talk about the overview of the Ministry of Education policy is related to what we have talked a lot about the goal of education right now, that we don't necessarily focus on the academic excellence only, but we have to talk about and focus more on student learning and happiness. I heard from my colleagues in Vietnam and in Cambodia that we are we should focus more and emphasize more about student happiness, which is about happy learning. So Thailand Ministry of Education policy happen. We have to achieve educational excellence as well as life security. So educational excellence is like promoting the development of student knowledge, skill, competency, creativity, and critical thinking, which are important for 21st century. However, we have to foster student mental well-being, happiness during their studies as well. And also we have to talk about their life after their learning. They have to be able to earn sufficient money and facility to be able to live happy life. So we have to encourage students to face future changes and challenges. And that's a lot of things to do. We have to enhance student quality, that's for sure. We have to foster their learning environment to be safe, to be high quality, to make their happy life. And also we have to develop long-term sustainable education, like education for sustainable development. That's what we would like to do. And in order to do that, we have the ASEAN Council of Teachers plus one, which kind of like a network for the Council of Teachers in ASEAN countries, including Laos, Brunei, Cambodia, Malaysia, Indonesia, Singapore, Thailand, and Vietnam, plus Korea, South Korea. Yeah. These are the members of the ASEAN Council of Teachers. And there is one activity that this kind of network work together, which is the ACT plus one convention. It implemented for 38 times already. And the last time is implemented in Bangkok, Thailand. There are a number of significant activities, including the leaders meeting, opening ceremony, keynote speech, panel discussion, country report presentation like what we are doing right now, prioritization, friendship night. We have to sign resolution and the closing ceremony. And what I would like to share you all is the video presentation of this convention, please. It's 5 minutes. So we turn it off and then we're gonna share it with another computer, maybe better. All right. Thank you very much for your attention and watching.
Need to share this. This is the slide. Right?
And I might forget one country, Philippines. The Philippines participants are a lot this year. 332 people attended this convention. So there are around 1,000 people attending this convention, and the next host is the Philippines. Set around this time, the 6th to 8th of September, so it should be around this month next time. And why I present this video? Because when we talk about the education in the ASEAN countries, I think that one activity that is powerful is that conference, meeting, or convention that we all together come and share our experience about education. And then I would like to go through some important point related to the leadership for school improvement, which is one there are the important for leadership to be improving schools. And in the session, there are 3 collaborative project successful cases that present in the session. The first one is the Don Chai School in the northern part of Thailand, and another one is Supan in Chiang Mai municipality in the northern part of Thailand. And there is another project called Teacher Ability Development by Professional Learning Communities. Learning Community or PLC that utilize the open approach and lesson study from Japan, right? And also other countries focus more on the PLC as well. So this is the movement that the Teacher Council of Thailand try to do. And first, the leadership, there are several roles that the leader had to change. The first one is the leaders have to create professional learning culture by changing their mindset that teaching and learning is not the responsibility of teacher only, but leaders or school principal have to be instructional leader or leaders for learning in school. So they have to be expert in learning as well as teachers. Second, they have to be a member of the professional learning team. School principal or school leader have to be a member of the professional learning team and join the team when they open classes. And the third one is school leader have to take school members to join academic activities whenever they have opportunities. And of course, there are some valuable recommendations derived from this session. For school principal and teacher, they have to establish a peer observation program during the classroom teaching that can be transform educational practices and also provide the safe environment for teachers who are observed that they feel safe if there are someone observe their teaching. Second, for educational personnel and supervisor, they need to create the portfolio of the best practices or case study that they can show so that other teacher and educators can learn from it. And also, like our meeting and conference, setting the regular workshop is very important and useful for experienced educator that they can provide hands-on activities with innovative teaching strategy and management technique that can spread out for the educator in the field as well. Thank you.
Thank you very much for that presentation. And we've learned a lot from Thailand, and definitely some commonalities from the previous presentation were also found, such as looking at professional development of teachers and strengthening collaboration between teachers, school leaders, and personnel. So from Thailand, we're going to fly to Singapore to hear a presentation on navigating leadership and management for future development of education, the Singapore report. This will be presented by Mr. Lee Yan Kang, Director of New Leaders in Education Program Award presented by the National Institute of Education Singapore in 2006. Prior to his stint at ASST, he was a senior consultant at the Center for School Excellence, where he was actively involved in reviewing the school excellence model and provided consultancy services for school improvements. An educator with more than 25 years in service, he strongly believes that teachers are pillars of the education system. Mr. Lee, please, the floor is yours.
Yeah, you should use this to move forward and this to move backwards. Okay. Yeah, you can use this. Whichever you want. Okay, let me share this for you first.
Good afternoon, esteemed colleagues in this room. And from what I know, the more than 300 participants online. So a very good afternoon, my friends and colleagues. The Education Forum's theme this year is Navigating Leadership and Management for Future Development of Education. So I'm here this afternoon to share Singapore's insights and practices. We don't claim to profess to know the answers. In fact, having heard just two presentations from Vietnam and from Thailand, there are actually many commonalities. In many countries, I can safely say by the end of today, you find that the issues that confront us are all very, very similar. I hear the solutions. Solutions are quite similar as well from Vietnam. We hear about the focus on digital literacy. We hear about the importance of having children to observe and the passion part of the learning. We talk about governance, giving schools autonomy, having a decentralized management system. Then from Thailand, we hear about happy learning, sustainability in education, the concept of professional learning communities. So you'll find that this will be recurring themes. So this afternoon, let me just share the outline of my sharing. So I'll start by sharing Singapore's education priorities. I'll go on to talk about our teachers, a bit about our professional learning and our future work, right? So let me start by sharing a quote from our Minister for Education, Mr. Chan Chun Sing. So he mentioned that your benchmark, this was made to school leaders and but how much you have value added to our students' lives, inspired them as the next generation, and how many more leaders they will in turn go forth to groom and inspire. So basically he's saying, don't see in terms of primary school education 6 years, secondary school education another 4 years, and then JC 2 years, the 15 years in their lives. But beyond that, long after they graduate, do they continue to learn? Do they continue to contribute back to the community? So not so much in terms of how they perform in examination. So, and I think that's very important because that frames the thinking. If that's the philosophy, then the policies and with the rapidly changing environment, oh, okay. With the rapidly changing environment, we need to be able to prepare our students to thrive in this new landscape. So the challenges that I'm going to share on this slide and the opportunities will be very similar for all countries because we live on the same planet Earth, right? Challenges, accelerating technological changes, increasingly fragmented world, very real geopolitical situation, evolving social fabric. Opportunities are plentiful. Personalized learning experiences to respond to diverse needs and interests, connecting the learners to others and to the wider world, learning and creating anything, anytime, anywhere, right? So in Singapore, to help our students to thrive in the VUCA environment, VUCA meaning volatile, uncertain, complex, and adaptable environment, right? We foreground the development of emerging 21CC competencies. So these 21CC, in case you're wondering what they are, so we have identified some key emerging 21CC competencies, adaptive thinking, inventive thinking, communication skills, and civic literacy. These are the 4. And beyond the curriculum, not just in the curriculum, but in terms of schools offering customized programs that further nurture 21CC. So in this regard, the ministry doesn't prescribe to all the schools how the program should look like. So in a way, a form of decentralized governance where we give schools the autonomy to, based on the kind of student profile that they have, to design the programs that will help them nurture the E21CC in their own schools. But the framework sets the policy for schools to adhere to and take guidance from. So we, at the secondary level, another big shift in Singapore, we cater to the different abilities of students. So secondary school students now, since 2020, right, have the greater flexibility to learn subjects that best caters to their overall strengths, interests, and learning needs. So in other words, if I'm taking 8 to 9 subjects, I might be stronger in some subjects. So I can take some subjects at a more demanding level. But in some subjects, I might be struggling. So I might take it at a less demanding level. So that gives the option. So in a way, there's personalized learning pathways where students choose the subjects that I just mentioned at various levels of difficulty, nurturing the joy of learning, or as Silence says, happy learning, right? As students explore areas where they have passion in. Greater social mixing. So learning is not just about knowledge acquisition. There's socialization of ideas, socialization of learning. Because in a class of 30 to 40, they mingle, they interact across different races and religions. So the other priority that we have is to proliferate technology-enabled practices. And this is where we have our Transforming Education Through Technology Master Plan 2030. So basically, schools are supposed to better leverage technology. So the key here is not so much to use technology, right, but to proliferate. Proliferate technology-enabled practices, what it means is to spread the use of such practices as opposed to pick up the practices. So the focus here is on teachers and schools spreading such practices more pervasively, right? And some two examples I'd like to share: access to quality online resources. So this is to help our teachers, and with AI-enabled features, so and AI-assisted features that we have, whether for examination purpose or otherwise. Greater development of students' digital literacy and technological skills and cyber wellness. So these are the two key focus as well. Allow me to talk a bit about our teachers. I mean, I'm sure all of us in this room and online will agree that for all the policies that we can craft, ultimately, the one that makes the key difference will be the teachers on the ground. The policies can be well-sounding and we can have slogans, but ultimately, the one that really makes the key change will be teachers who deliver in the classrooms. So just to share that our teachers are mission-oriented. We share a set of common beliefs. What common beliefs? We value every student. We believe that every student wants to succeed. We believe that all our students can learn, right? Although perhaps at a different pace. We believe that our actions are anchored in values and purpose. So for our teachers, so if teachers are so important, then we need to recruit quality teachers. But having recruited quality teachers, we also must make sure that they stay with us. Because in today's context, it's very easy to lose teachers. We can't assume that they'll stay with us for a lifetime. So we offer diverse career pathways for our teachers to exert their leadership based on their strengths and interests. So teachers who join and choose a career path that caters to their different talents, abilities, and aspirations. So on this slide, the diagram shows the 3 different pathways, or we call career tracks: teaching track, leadership track, specialist track. But all teachers who join service will start as a classroom teacher. So let me just share my example. I started teaching as a I teach math and I teach physics in a secondary school. Then after a few years, I thought that I like to try out the leadership track. So I took on subject head, level head duties. And eventually I moved on to head of department for mathematics, and then vice principal, and then so leadership track development. So each of the 3 career tracks allows teachers to develop and progress along 3 fields of excellence. It doesn't mean that we are boxed into a particular pathway. Along the way, there's porosity, so we can move across laterally. So there are vice principals who decided that at some point their interest is more in as a teacher leader. They could move laterally over to the teaching track and vice versa, right? So teachers from the 3 tracks work collaboratively. It doesn't mean that if you're in the leadership track, you don't talk to the teaching track or the specialist track. In fact, there's a lot of collaboration. In fact, we have to. So that's one example. We are committed also to supporting and developing each teacher's potential to fullest. Some examples of HR policies, professional development packages for teachers, leave schemes as well for them to pursue full-time professional learning. Teachers work attachment program. We saw it this morning's governing board meeting, some of the activities that were offered. Teachers, if we want teachers to be able to advise our students, to be mentors to our students, and if our teachers spend the bulk of their life in the classroom, they might not be able to know enough of the industrial practices. So teacher work attachment program allows our teachers to have a taste, to gain experience in external organizations and broadening their perspectives, enriching their students' learning. We also have milestone programs for specific programs like leadership development, whether it's head of department or school leadership, or even for teacher leaders, to prepare them for leadership roles. And we are intentional in growing teacher leaders. By teacher leaders, I mean a classroom teacher who has sufficient number of years of experience and take on leadership roles like being a senior teacher, a lead teacher, or master teacher, or principal master teacher. So school level, cluster level, zone, and national level. So in a way, we develop the pool of teachers who can mentor the younger teachers. We have a professional learning ecosystem to collectively build teachers' confidence and abilities. So basically, these 3 diagrams shows the different components. So I'm from the Academy of Singapore Teachers. So we are the lead division in providing professional learning, but we don't do it alone, right? Takes many helping hands. So we have the National Institute of Education, we have other divisions, and we have our Civil Service College and some of the other external organizations. So collectively, we all look into the professional learning of teachers. So our PL stands for Professional Learning Ecosystem, clarifies the best practices and areas for teachers to deepen their craft. So in Singapore, our teachers reference the Singapore teaching practice as a model for teaching and learning. So that becomes a common language for all our teachers, and that helps them when they come together to hone their craft. Right. Our esteemed colleague from Thailand shared about learning communities in the form of professional learning communities. So here we also spotlight learning communities so that our teachers can learn from one another. It's not about teachers learning alone. I think that the focus is on teachers learning collaboratively, right, as a team. So foster collaboration and innovation. So we have teacher-led learning communities to enable purposeful collaboration. We also work closely with industry partners so that they're supported and engaged in lifelong learning. Our esteemed Vietnam colleagues shared about continuous professional development earlier on. And I think that's the key. In recent years, OECD publications have increasingly focused on continuous professional learning. So the notion of learning for life, the notion of lifelong learning, as opposed to learning as a discrete entity, once off, a course or what have you. Right. So here our teachers are encouraged to go to the industry to gain some insights to broaden their perspectives. So going forward, what's the future of our work? So I just shared three. One is evolve our teachers as designers and facilitators of learning, as opposed to the traditional model where they dispense knowledge. Right. So here, not so much to share or give knowledge to students, but how can design learning experiences for students and facilitate it. The other one is to help teachers stay committed and resilient. In many countries, Singapore included, we face the challenge of recruitment. We face the challenge of teacher retention. And so we need to help our teachers stay in service, because without quality teachers, everything falls apart. And lastly, responding to the changing learning habits of teachers. Our younger teachers learn very differently. The more than 300 participants online, I do not know how many of them are paying attention to what I'm saying, right? Because it's a very different mode of learning. So we talk about online, we talk about blended. So we need to keep abreast. So these are things that we are grappling with. We don't have the solution. And certainly hope to learn from esteemed colleagues from the various countries. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much for the questions, for the presentations. I think we've learned a lot from the Singapore experience, and this is something that other presentations can also learn from. So I'm going to be asking our presenters to be on stage, please, to have a further discussion. For questions about Vietnam, unfortunately, Dr. Min won't be able to join us, given that she's away from this room. So we will be, of course, responding to the questions mentioned in the chat box, and we will respond accordingly via email. So questions on Thailand and Singapore will be entertained this afternoon. And we have interesting questions from different stakeholders. Some are coming from teachers, school leaders, and education personnel. We would probably start with our colleague from Thailand, who spoke about some of the policies in Thailand, specifically on happy schools. There seems to be interest online on this particular area that you talked about a while ago. So there's a question about the happy schools policy. Can you give a glimpse of how this model works? How would you define a happy school? And what triggered the decision, the policy reform in adopting the model of happy schools? Please.
The policy about happy school divided into areas. The first one is about teacher by themselves, like to reduce unnecessary job for teachers. Like in the past, teacher in Thailand there are opportunity that the Minister of Education tried to reduce this kind of job, so teacher can have more focused of the time on taking care of the school safety. So they have to monitor school in the nighttime also. But right now there are more educational personnel like a safeguard working for them. So they kind of more like happier. And for students in the past, there are very competitive for student academic excellence. I think right now also that the situation is still the same, but it's because of the happy learning policy. School try to focus more on something like learn to earn, learning and earning money. Yes, instead of like a learning for competitiveness with other students in order to get into the high rank university. It is still good, but like what I present, the education policy for Ministry of Education is that we try to promote the education for excellence, academic excellence, but also the education for life security. That's what the Ministry of Education try to drive, and I think the response from schools around the country are like positively.
So when you mean happy schools, you're talking about school safety, but also making sure that teachers are happy.
Right.
I would like to put in the question about other stakeholders, such as parents and community leaders. How are they involved in this model?
In Thailand there are other educational organization like educational area office, provincial educational office. They need to follow this kind of policy, and because of driving this kind of policy is very important, and we are getting more private sector involved in this, like to support in some like facility for student learning. And of course, many organizations like the Teacher Council of Thailand also take this policy to the professional development for teacher around the country as well.
Perfect. Thanks for the response. And this question also is very relevant for Singapore, especially when you talked about very strong support for teachers. And this comes in various forms. You have professional development, you have other incentives that you also provide, or even career trajectory, as you presented a while ago. Given that Singapore produces one of the best few teachers, I mean, one of the best teachers in the region in terms of making sure that they are supported not just in the classroom but also professionally, that would require huge resources on the side of the Ministry of Education, for example. And if these countries would, for example, learn from the experience of Singapore, what reform can they start with in terms of supporting teachers? Where will they start? Will they start on salaries? Will they start on professional development training? Will they start on giving incentives, rewards to increase motivation? Where can other countries begin, for example, based on your experience?
This is a very challenging question. Okay, because every country is different. Because the uniqueness of the conditions are very, very different. So there's no one size fits all, I would say. Whether it's salary, whether it is professional development opportunities, it really boils down to each country's operating context. So I really will not prescribe a one way, because by doing so, you will oversimplify the issues that we are all grappling with. What we can simply agree to is that from this pool of factors, certainly many of these will be key. Where be it enumeration, teacher in terms of the teacher well-being, in terms of the policies that look into their well-being. It could be in terms of policies that look into professional development opportunities. Where, like what I mentioned, professional development leave schemes, and so there will be a gamut of it. Or for some countries, it could be working with parents, because like in Singapore, our teachers work closely with parents. So some teachers might face challenges in engaging parents, so they need help in that, and so we develop resources to help them.
Great. I totally agree with you. I think there's no one solution that applies to all countries, but I think definitely there are some lessons we can learn from the Singapore experience. There's a question online that talks about a policy around the world on this particular policy. In the context of increasingly advanced technology and the encouragement of technology use in classroom in many places, is this a reasonable policy based on your perspective and based on your experience from your country? If so, how can this policy be implemented without hindering the development of technology in education?
Okay, first and foremost, I'm not sure if Singapore is the pioneer in banning mobile phone from students. That one I wouldn't claim credit for that lah. All right. But let me just share that in Singapore, the ministry headquarters does not prescribe a policy for all schools to adhere to. We go by school autonomy. So the school principals make their decision together in consultation with their teachers for the school. So yes, there could be secondary schools, there could be schools that ban the use of mobile phone in the classroom during lessons. But this is a school-based decision. I think the more importantly is the question to ask ourselves is, why do we want to ban mobile phone from students when they are in class learning? I think the why is important. Otherwise, teachers and students don't know the rationale for it. I'm aware of schools in Singapore, some schools in Singapore where they ban it during lessons. So the students put it in a locker, but during recess or after school, they are free to use it. So there are variations in the policy at the school level, depending on the school. In some schools, they do use a mobile phone for learning. So because the mobile phone can be a tool for learning. So again, it varies from school to school, so to speak. So I wouldn't say that there's a blanket rule, at least in Singapore's context, on mobile phone. Yeah.
So I think what we're getting is really on the autonomy of the schools to actually implement these particular regulations.
And explaining the rationale for certain policy to your students and stakeholders in the school. Yeah.
Great. I think there's another question here that maybe applies to both of you, and any one of you can answer. There's a question about a conflict between student-centered approach in teaching versus traditional way of teachers as dispenser of knowledge inside the classroom. There's a question about whether educators and policymakers are trying to make learning student-centered and shift away from the traditional teaching, as we know, but sometimes parents may not be satisfied with this kind of approach. How do you reconcile between the ideal education or the student-centered, student-focused education, giving them more liberty, autonomy, like what you've said as well, learning pathways for them? How would you reconcile this with the expectation from the parents for teachers to be more involved, for teachers giving instructions, lectures, as the traditional way of dispensing knowledge? Your own thoughts on that?
Good question. I think the way we think about traditional teaching approach and student-centered approach are how to say, kind of different. When I think about the student-centered approach, I don't think that the teacher roles will be disappear. Although we have a students roles in the learning environment or learning activities, but it doesn't mean that teacher roles will be destroyed, or teacher doesn't have to do anything in the classroom. And I think it's important for us, teacher and educators, that we have to to understand this correctly. Otherwise, we will have conflict about that too, you know. And for I think that's the first point or the starting point for transforming from traditional teaching approach to the student-centered approach. What do you think, Mr. Lee?
Hey, my stand is a student-centered approach to learning is not a flavor of the month. I think all of us, I'm sure, whether online or present in this room, agree that the shift towards student-centered learning is not because it's a flavor of the month, so to speak. There's value in teacher-centered learning. So I give an example. During COVID, because of the COVID situation, teachers are advised not to move around in the class, but stay in front of the classroom to deliver the instruction. So times like this, no choice. So it becomes more, it took the form of a teacher-centered learning approach. There's a need for it. But there's reason why there's a shift towards student-centered learnings. And why so? Because of the kind of dispositions and skill sets and competencies that we want to develop in students. We talk about joy of learning. For students to experience the joy of learning, they must experience the learning process themselves, as opposed to being told the answer right or wrong most of the time. So when they go through a discovery approach by themselves, learning becomes more joyful, so to speak. But having said that, it doesn't mean that it's easy for the teachers. In fact, a student-centered approach is more challenging for teachers, generally speaking. But I think the question here is about how to convince parents on the value of such an approach. It's an ongoing effort. I don't think we will fully convince all parents. Like, reason being, parents go to school as well as students, but their experience in school is many years ago. So their experience as students is they bring parents into the classroom. They share with parents what their kids are going through in their lessons. And when parents see that, they are more convinced of the merits of such an approach. Yeah.
Okay, great responses, both of you. There's another question here, and maybe I'll be tweaking that a bit about leadership and management practice. We saw that there are many issues that came out, the pandemic, and now we're in the post-pandemic era, and we know that there are many conflicts happening all around the world. What do you think is the leadership style? We know that the situation works and
Okay. So thinking about the leadership style around the world and in academia as well. So I think the most important the most important thing for the leader nowadays is about leadership for learning, because there are a lot of the disruptive factors that can change a lot, and in order to cope with that, people have to be able to learn, like lifelong learning for life, like you said, and in order for that, we need the leaders to be the leader for learning as well, like thinking about in school, and if the school members or school staffs would like to learn new things, and the leaders are just the same, don't want to explore other things, that what's gonna happen, right? So I think leadership for learning is important.
perfect. Mr. Lee, please.
I'll go with the same reasoning that there's no one particular leadership style. I think in this room, I can confidently say we all have different leadership styles. I think what's more important is the leadership anchored on values and beliefs. So what are these values and beliefs? So if we talk about wanting teachers to in the schools to role model to the students, then as a leader, we need to be role models ourselves. If we talk about being humble in our learning, humble because we want to continue to learn, then we must practice humility. So, and we need to be encompassing, so to speak. So I will go by these important qualities.
Great. Thanks everyone for your thoughts and ideas. Can we give them a round of applause? And that ends our session one. And I'm gonna give the floor back to the MC, please. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Alessandro, for moderating the session, and thank you very much, distinguished presenters, for the country reports from Vietnam, Thailand, and Singapore. And it's now time for break. Participants in the hall and participants on Zoom and YouTube live, could we take a break for 15 minutes? Stay connected, and we will be right back. Thank you. So, ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to the educational forum organized by SEAMEO Regional Training Center, SEAMEO RETRAC in Ho Chi Minh City. This forum is organized in conjunction with the 20 see that 299 participants on Zoom are still with us and hundreds of participants on YouTube Live. And I'm happy to receive a lot of questions from participants on the chat box. Now we will move to the second panel session. And if you have questions, comments to the presenters, please just share your question on the chat box of YouTube Live and Zoom. Ladies and from Malaysia, Laos, Cambodia, and Brunei Darussalam. And may I invite Assistant Professor Dr. Ponapi Pumapan, Deputy Secretary General, Secretariat Office of the Teachers Council of Thailand, to be the moderator for this panel session. Dr. Ponapi, please.
Okay, thank you very much. And good afternoon. we will have 4 DR, Cambodia, and Brunei Darussalam to present and challenges faced by Mr. Abasid bin Mahmad. Mr. Abasid bin Mahmad is currently the director of the Institute Aminat Din Baki, Ministry of Education, Malaysia. He became the prestigious University of Malaya. Sorry. His leadership charisma was honed as he took on several important roles in a few schools, eventually rising to the position of an excellent principal. He was subsequently promoted to hold other senior positions, including Senior Deputy Director and Director in 2 divisions within the Ministry of Education, Malaysia. Please welcome Mr. Abasid bin Mahmad.
It's here is your piece.
Yes.
Is that? Yep. Excuse me. Is this here?
Yeah.
A moment.
Thank you very much, Mr. Moderator. Assistant Professor Dr. Funrafi Tunrafen, Governing Board members, ladies and gentlemen. Good afternoon, everyone. Welcome to the SEAMEO RETRAC Educational Forum. Today, we will be discussing the topic of digital transformation in education, with a special focus on Malaysia's efforts. Specifically, we will explore how the Malaysian Digital Education Policy, or DEP, is guiding our schools and institutions towards greater digital integration. This forum is an excellent not just in Malaysia, but across the region, as we adapt our educational systems to meet the demands of the digital age. The rapid advancements of technology and the COVID-19 pandemic have accelerated the shift towards digital learning. However, the shift and resources, as many schools and institutions struggle to adapt to remote learning. Recognizing these challenges, the Malaysian Ministry of Education introduced the Digital Education Policy, or DEP. This policy serves as a comprehensive guide for schools, educators, and leaders, helping them navigate the evolving digital landscape in education. Today, we will explore the DEP's role in shaping Malaysia's education system for the future. The digital education policy is rooted in two major national agendas: the Malaysia Digital Economy Blueprint, also known as My Digital, and the National Fourth Industrial Revolutions, or 4IR, and the National Fourth Industrial Revolution, or 4IR policy. Together, these agendas aim to position Malaysia as a leader in digital transformation. The DEP focuses on integrating digital technologies, not only into teaching and learning, but also into the management of educational institutions. Prepare students for the digital economy and ensure that educators and leaders are well equipped to guide this transformation. The DEP is structured around 6 key thrusts, which form the foundation of its strategies and initiatives. First, we have digitally fluent students, which aim to equip students with the skills needed for the digital world. Then there's digitally competent educators, ensuring teachers can effectively integrate technology into their classroom. The third thrust is visionary digital leadership, focusing on developing leaders who can drive digital transformation. The other thrusts include empowered infrastructure in infrastructure, quality digital contents, and committed strategic partners, all of which support the overall visions of a future-ready education system. Now, let's talk about the role of Institute Aminuddin Baki, or IAB, in supporting the DEP. IAB was established in 1979 and is Malaysia's premier institution for educational leadership and management training, with 6 core functions, including training, research, and organizational development. Our missions align perfectly with the DEP's focus on cultivating visionary digital leadership. Through our programs, we aim to equip school leaders with the digital competencies they need to lead their institutions in the digital age. As Malaysia's Leadership Training Center, IAB plays a key role in preparing our future education leaders for this transformation. While the DEP outlines a clear path for digital transformation, there are several challenges that we must address. First, we face resistance to change. Many educators and administrators are comfortable with traditional teaching methods and may be reluctant to adopt new technologies. Second, there is a digital literacy gap across the education ecosystem, with varying levels of digital skills among students, teachers, and leaders. Additionally, rural areas often lack access to the necessary infrastructure for digital learning, such as reliable internet. Finally, there are growing concerns about cybersecurity and data privacy, as well as the need to align policies at the national, district, and school levels. To overcome these challenges, the DEP has outlined several key strategies, especially under Thrust 3, Visionary Digital Leadership. One of the main strategies is to enhance the digital competencies of education leaders. School leaders must be proficient in using digital tools and data to effectively manage their institutions. Another important strategy is fostering a culture of innovation, where leaders encourage both teachers and students to embrace new technologies. Finally, strengthening digital governance is essential to ensure that digital initiatives are implemented effectively and that schools remain aligned with national policies. The My Digital Leaders Program, or MDL, is a key initiative under the digital education policy, specifically designed to equip school leaders with the skills they need to lead the digital transformation. This program targets principals, headmasters, and district officers, helping them to adopt a digital-first mindset. The MDL program focuses on implementing smart digital classroom and hybrid learning environment, where both face-to-face and online learning can take place. It also encourages school leaders to act as change agents, driving innovation and helping overcome resistance to digital tools. Through workshop, mentorship program, and leadership network, the MDL program is helping to create a new generation of digital education leaders. The My Digital Trainers Program, or MDT, complements the MDL program by focusing on training the lecturers at Institute Aminuddin Baki. These lecturers, who play a crucial role in educating school leaders, must also be proficient in digital leadership. The MDT program aims to enhance the digital literacy of IAB lecturers, ensuring that they can effectively integrate digital education strategies into their training programs. By developing IAB as a hub for digital education leadership, the MDT program supports our long-term visions of equipping all school leaders with the necessary skills to implement the DEP across Malaysia's education system. One of the exciting initiatives under DEP is the implementation of smart digital hybrid classrooms. These classrooms combine both physical and digital learning environments, creating flexible and interactive spaces for students. School leaders trained under the My Digital Leaders Program are responsible for implementing this hybrid classroom in their schools. This classroom features smart technologies such as interactive whiteboards and online learning management systems, allowing teachers to deliver lessons both in person and online. Teachers and administrators receive training to ensure they can effectively manage this new learning environment. Cultivating digital literacy among school leaders is essential for creating a fully digital learning environment. Leaders need to be model the use of digital tools not only in classroom, but also in their school's administration and decision-making processes. By embedding digital literacy into leadership, we create a culture where technology is embraced at all levels of the organization. Continuous professional development is key here, ensuring that leaders remain updated on the latest digital tools and practices. This approach will ultimately lead to a more efficient and innovative school management system. To further support the cultivations of digital education, a dedicated program has been designed for school leaders. This program starts with an overview of the digital education policy and the Digital Education Learning Initiative Malaysia, or so-called the LIMA platform, where serve as a key tool for digital learning and management. The program also provides hands-on training on how to use Google Workspace for school planning and management, and it offers a comparison between Microsoft 365 and Google Workspace. Finally, the program explores how artificial intelligence can be used to improve school management's efficiency, automating routine tasks and providing data-driven insights for decision-making. To conclude, education system including resistance to change, digital literacy gaps, and infrastructure inequality. Equipping our educational leaders by embracing technologies like artificial intelligence, system remains. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much for your very interesting presentation, which is related to your expertise in ICT, right? Yes. And for secondary education, which will be presented by Dr. Lampoon Luangsai from Lao PDR. Dr. Lampoon Luangsai is a Deputy Director General of the Institute for Educational Administration Development, Ministry of Education and Before working at this institute, he worked at the Department of Non-Formal Education, Ministry of Education and Sport for more than 20 years. His expertise is adult learning and adult literacy and lifelong learning. Currently, he supervised the capacity development for educational administrators in the field of instructional leadership and school-based management. Dr. Luangsai earned his master's degree in International Development Studies from Graduate School of International Development, Nagoya University in 2006, and was granted Doctor of Philosophy from School of Education, the University of Queensland, Australia in 2017. Please welcome Dr. Lampoon Luangsai.
Oh. Oh. Yes, yes, there is the one. Okay, a moment, please.
Good afternoon to you, ladies and gentlemen, and everyone who is joining us online. I'm very happy to have an opportunity to present what we are implementing in Laopedia in the fields of instructional leadership. This may not be the best practice of the instructional leadership for the time being. Rather than, I would like to share what we are doing and for your information to share your comments, suggestions in order to improve or in order to overcome the challenges and problems that we are facing by now. We need to have a digital transformation to manual.
Oh, it's ready?
Ready?
Yes, it's ready.
Which one? This one?
Press this to press forward.
Okay. Education reform. Problem that we are facing is about the low quality of education, both in the primary and secondary education, and as well as the higher education, particularly like Tibet. That it has internal related problem and issue from the beginning, from the primary school. It's a rumor, and also there are some cases that we have found that the student who graduate from the primary school even do not know how to write their names. So that's one of the major things that we have found. And also that number of enrollment, it also decreased, particularly in the secondary education. Dropouts is very high. The tracer study in the year 2023, we found that majority of the dropouts from lower secondary education who have finished lower secondary education but not continue to upper secondary education engage in 60% in the labor market. Meaning this can be inferred that student or young adult or adolescent in Laos prefer to earn better than to learn. This is one of the challenges that education sector have been facing for recent years in Laopedia. For the quality of education, according to the assessment of Year 9 student learning outcome in 2019, if you look at even the Lao language and literature, which is in Lao, the competency that students acquired from the school, they divided into 5 categories. The first one, the basic ones, only remember. You may experience with singing in karaoke. Then can be applied, then analyze, and the higher level is to evaluate, to assess the context, the meaning of the text that they have read. When compared to natural sciences, even lower than government try to improve and overcome these challenges and problems. Instructional leadership in Laopedia have been studied
2022-23. It's under the project called Education for Employment Sector Development Programs, or EESDP, for secondary education. It's kind of designed as a holistic approach that not only just one particular department or institutes that are doing this. You can look at this, for example, curriculum development is made by National Research Institutes under the Ministry of Education. And the teaching strategy or in-service training for the teachers is under the responsibility of the Department of Teachers Education and Risk. School governance is under the IFID, under our institutes, Institute for Educational Administration Development. We also have teachers and principal performance assessment, which is responsible by the Department of Personnel and Department of Organization and Personnel. Information system, monitoring and evaluation are also doing from different departments under the Ministry of Education. You will see this is the whole sector of the education are doing this, because we have found that what the teachers are doing, the monitoring and assessment of the teachers' performance should support what they are doing. Or what we have reformed the new curriculum or new teaching methodology, those assessment tool or mechanisms should support that. And that is connected from one sector to another, from one subsector to another subsector, which the aim, the final destination is the same, to improve the quality of education in secondary education. Then what happened to school? Instructional leadership principle. School principal as the practitioners, responsible for all problem and issue that happening in his or her schools. He or she cannot deny that that's not my responsibility. It's the responsibility of the school principal. Teachers do not perform his or her task. It's not the fault, the mistakes of the teachers per se, but more or less it's under the responsibility of the school principal. And that's why we, under the instructional leadership, point to raise the question, what's happening to school? School environment, teachers' performance, school principal performance, what are they doing? And what need to be improved in order to improve the quality, improve the dropout rate, the low quality of education, things like that. Then the instructional leadership, under the IFID, we try to equip them necessary knowledge, competency, disposition, function, and perform in the context of education reform. And new teaching methodology. School principal should be able to support, monitor, and also assess the teacher's performance in doing the new curriculum, learning and teaching curriculum. To transform the school community, including teachers, parents, students, stakeholders, etc., from traditional on teacher-centered practices to modern technique on learner-centered approach that will improve student learning outcome. Of the school. Improving teaching, learning through their ability to cultivate leadership among teachers, improve instruction, and manage data to foster school environment. Provide the training for the school principal. We have been providing the instructional leadership for across the country, and we will try to finish by this year, hopefully. The contents that we include in the training is education and train skill in 21st century. Learner-centered approach, facilitation of change. The school principal should be able to change the teachers to the new learner from traditional teacher center to learner centers. Coaching and mentoring, whenever teachers do not be able to perform their tasks in the new methodology, then the school principal should be able to coach or even to support the teachers to perform a better performance. And the last is about the monitoring and evaluation in the area of learner-centered approach. For the learner center, we provide them 15 teaching strategy. The aim for this is to perform the part. The question that has been discussed earlier from the discussion that learner center actually is the not new. Actually, I think, and many people, many teachers do not understand well the approach, and when they apply, and then they complain that the learner center approach is not relevant to our context. So further than this, then we may have a further discussion after on. And it looks like capacity building on instructional side, Ministry of Education. So this is also the challenge, and maybe we think of the continuing professional development model of and tools we need to the teachers and school principal performance in real practice. To conclude, international leadership focus on not only just focus on or require not only just what need to be reformed, but more importantly, we have to find a way or solution. So thank you very much.
Thank you, Dr. Lampoon, for your impressive presentation. And for the third presentation of this session, title Effective School Management in Cambodia, Case Analysis, will be presented by Dr. D. Sam Sidet. Dr. D is currently Secretary General of the National Committee for Lifelong Learning and Deputy Director General for Education, Ministry of Education, Youth and Sport, Cambodia. He graduated his master's degree in comparative and international education and his PhD in education and human sciences from the Hiroshima University, Japan. Dr. D worked as education officer, education specialist for UNESCO in 2005 to 2010 and ADB in 2010 to 2012. He returned to the Royal University of Phnom Penh as Director of Master of Education Program and founding Dean of the Faculty of Education in 2013 to 2015. He published several papers in international review journal, academic bulletins, and chapters of services to a number of reputed organizations such as OECD, ADB, UNESCO, World Bank, and various education NGOs in Cambodia and Myanmar. Please welcome Dr. D.
Okay. So you're working.
Thank you very much for the introduction. I think everyone must be very tired. I don't know how much you're gonna get from me, but let's see. My presentation will be brief. Leadership and the aim of the presentation is to share Cambodia development and center staff, and also to discuss and making school effective and for the people who spend time at school. And we discuss about what can we do when the parents trust school and send their children to school and keep the children for 6 years, 9 years, or 12 years. And when they leave school, they get nothing. Like you said, finish primary. I have a friend from Laos, finished primary, they cannot read and write. Who should be responsible? Whether parents, teacher themselves, teachers, school, minister of education, who should be responsible? And we talk about duty bearers. And we are the school leaders, we are the teachers, we are the government official supervising school. We all are duty bearers, and we have to take responsibility in that regard. And so I would like to give you a big picture of Cambodian national strategy under the current leadership of the Prime Minister. He's been in office for over a year, same with Thailand case. We had a very new, committed young Prime Minister. And then he outlined, let's build human capital for our country. He doesn't want to use the word human resource, he said human capital, meaning that they can be useful for the country, public, private, regional, international, that can be. That we have to build our children, school children, to be resilient, we have to make school inclusive, and we have to make our society sustainable in terms of economic development, in terms of cultural improvement. And we have to promote lifelong learning for all, for professional growth, for personal development, and we link to knowledge-based society to ensure peace and well-being for the people. With the statement of the new Prime Minister coming to office, the Minister of Education, the policymakers have to strategize. What can we do? Everyone got nervous. Especially he said, reform the public school from grade 1 to grade 12. And then we say, wow, that's big. And then let me share with you before I ask you to further consider on the cases analysis. Look into the characteristic of school. Last year when we got the statistic, and preschool in Cambodia, we look into age 3 to 5. Primary school, age 6 to 11. I think it's very common system, but we use the word collège. It's a French word. We don't use lower secondary school. We use the word collège, and from the age of 12 to 14, and we use the word lycée, French. It's an upper secondary school from the age of 15 to 17. And the school still running in two shifts. They study half day in the morning and the student leave, and the other new group come in the afternoon. And we have floating school, pagoda school, and school that have kindergarten together as a feeding system to the primary school. And the average age of the school principal is 42.4, 42 years old as an average. We do the mean of the age of the school director. That's what we found. They're still relatively young. And some basic data, we have a total population of 16.5 million. 3.2 million are children at school from grade 1, not from grade 1, from preschool to grade 12. And of that, we have 0.2 children are in preschool, 2 million in primary school, 0.6 in college, I mentioned earlier, in the lower secondary school, and 0.36 million in upper secondary school. So this is quite a good number that we have to intervene. And 89% enroll in primary, but only 58 of 89 complete primary. So we have the issue of joining but not completing. And 42% enroll, but only 55 completed lower secondary. 30% enroll, I mean 30% stay in the upper secondary school level, but only 38% of the 30 complete. If you look out the survival rate from grade 1 to grade 12, if they came to grade 1 12 years ago, by now, only 15 survive and they left. So the number of years spent at school never complete. Maybe the schooling is not useful. Maybe the learning content not interesting. Maybe it doesn't link to happy school, like the case of Thailand, because they come to school but they still don't earn, and they come to school but they still don't, they are still not happy. So we have the issue of dropping out of school, 7.5% at primary, 18% in lower secondary before completing grade 9. And we still have the dropout of 15% without completing grade 12. So this is a big issue that we build school, we welcome them, and when they come and then we don't treat them well, maybe we only look into the outputs, we don't look into the outcome and impact of what we are given at school, like the case of Singapore, because we don't only teach them how to pass the exam, how to pass the exit exam from any grade, but we teach them to be useful citizen. We teach them to become more productive. We teach them to change the way they think, and they become more on thinkers and effective doers. So the current issues of the school, I think this is quite common if we look at the presentation that we had. The lack of effective management and leadership, easy to complain, with the leadership and management issues. That's why the result dropping out, the result they don't come, the result the enrollment is low. And then the lack of effective measures to ensure quality and relevant education services. This is why we drop out, why children drop out of school. Sometimes we question whether they drop out or we push them out because we don't do well, or the teacher is not inspired to teach. They just come to do their job. My job is to come to teach 4 hours a day. After that, I get paid payment, everything is digitalized in my bank account, so I don't need to care. So we have to work out on the issues like this. The lack of partnership with the private sector, because a lot of private school open and public school has been put aside, because the private school more effective, more customer oriented, more safe and green, and more responsive to what parents expect their children to get. And they fail to link to the labor market and advancement to the higher level of education. Or poorly resourced in rural area, private providers crowded in urban. When we ask private sector to do business in a rural area, they don't. Because the private sector, they're smart. The private school is very smart. They go to those people with money to pay. I just like to skip the concept of effective school management because we have to look into administrative, staff, resource management, teaching and learning, and curriculum, so on and so forth. This is a common framework. Let me move to, I shared with Alexandro and briefly that Cambodia very rich in terms of policies, in terms of standard. While you're talking about Thailand education school, you talk about happy school. Cambodia, we talk about model school. Make some school great so then they can be models. We recognize 120 model school last year, and then we plan to recognize another 130 public school in order to show to the Prime Minister that we have done, but we cannot do all, we do some. So education for all end up with education for some. So a similar idea. So these are the strong document. The school director standard policy was done, adopted, implemented. When we select school directors, we be careful. We look into their capacity, their education background, attitude, skills, and so on and so forth. Teacher professional standard we have, and teacher education provider standard where they produce teachers and send to school has been set for improvement. The model school standard policy has been in place, and we have resource school, new generation school, so various kind of school in order to empower or to change the mindset, because if you don't change the brand and people see the same things. And and he said, "Oh, see that." 30 years ago, I said, "You a member of parliament, why you push for making smart classroom?" We talk about smart classroom, innovative teaching method, like the motivation of if you implement new ideas, new teaching method. Same pond, the same pool of water. So that the minister try to make changes to the concept. And I don't give the name, but I know very well, and maybe you can also guess if you observe in Cambodia. We have primary school, one primary school in a tourist spot area near to the temple. And then they focus on changing behaviors of the student. They focus on cultural practices, adaptation attitude to going back home and become a nicer kids, respect to parents, and they focus on that. And then it has been showcases to the world. A lot of cases, Princess Serenton of Thailand came and also interested. Is a lot of exciting journey. And then the school director retired, and then he got award, and he got a status of best school director of the year. And now he was promoted, he retired, he was promoted as a Undersecretary of State. It's one rank above me, and in the Ministry of Education. So this person who made the school great, change behavior, adaptation, become disciplined. But those students finish this primary and go to upper, go to college, go to grade 7. People did not say they did not learn much. Focus on preparing students well for upper secondary. So whenever they go to grade 10, 11, 12, this and give the government prize, and the school director became the good school director of the year. He got award, and because of the effort. And another one is, let's say, this is the oldest and very reputed. They produce political scientists, leaders. It's the oldest. It was built under the French many years in the downtown. They call new generation school. One side, another side is old generation school. They're working together to lead because of the management system and supported by an NGO. The school is great. Joining competition is great, but the school that did not get any award. Last, another school, very young, near to the Thai border, very committed, fully supported by community, very team building. They create an excellent school culture. The school director was awarded, and the deputy school director was sent to another. Conclusion, I just like to draw your attention. Now, what can we learn from the case observation? They do well or they don't do well? Let's think about it. Thank you very much for your kind listening. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Dr. D. Lot of useful information from the presentation, right? And I think for our effort today is for the next presentation, which is Building Tomorrow. Brunei Darussalam's perspective in navigating future-ready school leaders, which will be presented by Ms. Masdia Binti Haji Tua from Brunei Darussalam. Masdia Tua is currently Director of Educators Management transforming human resource management for educators, including teachers and school leaders, to be more systematic and robust, which will increase educators' professionalism to an excellent level to achieve the quality of education, and also to put teachers' profession in Brunei Darussalam to a higher level. Her certificate of education in 1994, she graduated with Bachelor of Education majoring in Science and Mathematics from University Brunei Darussalam in 1999, and she was awarded Master of Science in Human Resource Development from University of Manchester, UK in 2008. Ministry of Education in 2006 She was promoted to Senior Education Officer in 2011, Assistant Director in October 2019, and now Director of the The floor is yours. Please welcome Mas Dia.
Now give your assistant the one.
Okay. Okay, so I have you bear with me since I'm the last presenter for today's session. All right, so I'm very honored to be here as part of the SEAMEO RETRAC 27 Governing Board meeting. SEAMEO RETRAC, Mr. Alejandro Sinon Ibanez, hope I pronounce it right. CPLM, Project Manager, SEAMEO Secretariat, SEAMEO RETRAC Governing Board members, ladies and gentlemen, Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh, and a very good afternoon. Right, so we have learned new ideas, gained insights and perspective after hearing from all the presenters this afternoon. And I hope this platform can continuously improve our education system and learn from each other for the betterment of our future generation. Right, so let's move on with the title for today's presentation is Building Tomorrow, Brunei Darussalam Perspective in Navigating Future-Ready School Leaders. Right, so my presentation today start with an overview of Brunei education system, followed by the best practices as well as the initiative that Brunei Ministry of Education currently practice in ensuring quality leadership and management, particularly to our school leaders. Now, school leaders that I'm referring to in Brunei Darussalam, focusing to our core education, which are primary, secondary, as well as our sixth form school leaders. And the last one, I will share the way forward. Right, so sharing with you a brief overview of Brunei education system with the vision for Ministry of Education, quality education, progressive nation, as well as its mission to provide quality and holistic education for a purposeful life of learners. So the Ministry of Education Strategic Plan 2023 till 2027, which just has been launched last year, aims to ensure our education system stays pertinent and continues to deliver values in the era of rapid social, economic, and technological transformation. Right, towards achieving this vision and mission, so we have the first strategic goal is nurturing future-ready learners. With the SG2, we have enhancing innovative education ecosystem. And the third one is the build up human resources. So this goal reflects our commitment to a learning environment that is agile, responsive, and conducive to holistic growth.
Focusing on the strategic goal 3, we are striving to improve our human resources at all levels, as we believe that they play a crucial role in creating learners who are ready for the future and achieving excellence in education. Thus, Ministry of Education is continuously navigating its human resource, particularly our school leaders, that play a crucial role in contributing in its educational leadership ecosystem. Next is the importance of nurturing future-ready leaders. Effective leadership and management helps to direct an organization resources for improved efficiency and the achievement of goals. Effective leaders provide clarity of purpose, motivate, and guide the organization to realize its mission. Therefore, it is important they are 1, vital in driving education transformation. 2, steer its role aligning with the national educational goals. Sorry. As this involves ensuring that educational initiatives and practices in Brunei are in line with our Brunei Vision 2035. Next, which is also important, is enhancing leadership capacities, strengthening resilience and agility, right, so the next one, touching on best practices and initiatives that our Ministry of Education has launched its guidebook for the Brunei Darussalam School Leadership Standards and Competency Framework in February 2021. This represents a significant milestone in the Ministry of Education commitment to support the work and professional growth of our school leaders. This is indeed as part of the ministry's effort to ensure high-quality school leaders who can transform school and produce high-quality students. The Brunei Darussalam School Leadership Standards and Competency Framework is a guidebook of what is expected of Brunei Darussalam school leaders. It will provide opportunities for serving school leaders to grow and improve. Yes. Right. Now, the core purpose of the Brunei Darussalam of what Brunei requires for its school leaders, as well as to support leadership development for current and new school leaders, such as the nature of professional development and learning school leaders should undertake to increase their competence. Now, these Brunei The standards and competency will focus on improving both the quality and the future supply of school leaders across Brunei, as growing the next generation of excellent school leaders in an essential aspect of sustainable school improvement in the country. Right. So what we do as well, Ministry of Education development plan and career pathway, especially for our teachers, school leaders, and specialist teachers. Now, this is similar that you have listened just now to what Singapore has presented, because we learn from their best practice as well. Right, so this development plan and career pathway is intended as an incentive to develop the ability of the 3 groups: school leaders, teachers, and our education specialists. This is to improve their skills in their respective tracks in line with the development of education at the global level and technology, and further improve the quality of competency-based achievement. Now, the rationale behind this is to provide a clearer direction to school leaders who have the potential to improve and advance their careers. as well as the school leaders will have the opportunity to have more access to success and be given a choice of field that highlight their talents more. As well as this career stream package is expected to be more attractive, prestigious, and bring satisfaction in career based on performance, competence, and skills. Right, so we also have to develop and build new skills and capacity for the ministry's educators, specifically its teachers and school leaders. Brunei Darussalam Leadership and Teachers Academy have 3 units in which their role is under the unit of school leadership, the teachers unit, as well as the specialist unit. So the programs under the Brunei Darussalam Leadership and Teacher Academy will work together to improve the quality of the profession and the competencies of school leaders, teachers, and education experts through continuous professional development training program for human resource excellence according to the latest educational trends. So, focusing on the school leaders unit, it is dedicated to provide support to new and current school leaders through professional development opportunities tailoring to the learning needs of school leaders via school constructivism approach. The training courses in the school leadership program are mapped to Brunei Darussalam School Leadership Standard and Competency Framework, which aims to enable school leaders to advance and master their about 148 head of subjects, senior masters, and deputy principals and assistant headmaster completed their signature series that are developed through the BDLTA through Tier 1, 2, and 3. So we also have annual School Leaders Convention, which started in 2019, and with the theme Quality Leaders, Quality Education. So the convention aims to strengthen systemic coherence within the Ministry of Education through a culture of collaboration between all stakeholders. These include strengthening school leadership capacity and competencies, enhancing shared accountability between department and schools for quality implementation of the Ministry of Education initiative, as well as acknowledging and recognizing schools' contributions and achievement. Now, fourthly, in the international level, the ministry is also actively involved, participated in programs and collaborative activities with its our school leaders National Institute Education Singapore, as well as other SEAMEO regional partnership. And the last 2022, we all is Ontario Institute for Educational Leadership, Canada. So here, just showing of our school leaders consists of principal, deputy principal, headmaster, senior masters who participated in international school leadership program back in 2023 and 2024. Right, so the last one, in aligning and addressing the ministry vision and mission and its strategic goal 2023-2027, Ministry will strive and inculcate continuous capacity building through regular professional development, collaborative learning through professional learning communities, as well as on the use of digital tools and platforms through such integration of technology and by adopting. And also foster regional collaboration through exchange programs with other Southeast Asian countries, allowing educators to learn from diverse education systems and bring back best practices. Also, we would like to encourage placement that promote cross-border educational initiative, enhancing regional cooperation and understanding of shared educational challenges. Lastly, it is hoped that this presentation provide insight and perspective that can be taken by dearest SEAMEO counterparts for the benefit of our educational system, particularly in leadership and management ecosystem. With this, I end my presentation and thank you very much for your kind attention.
Thank you very much, Marcia. So these are 4 presentations for the second session. So it's gonna be the Q&A session. Yeah, please come on the stage for the 4 presenters. And I already take a look at the question from the participants. They are very interesting question for you all. And since there are like a number of questions, I will select some of them. Okay, thank you. Okay, thank you very much. I think there are a number of questions, and I will start with Mr. Mamat from Malaysia. The question is regarding digital technology. I believe there is a big gap between students in urban and rural areas, especially those students in rural areas. It raises difficulties at a higher educational level when moving to study at university in urban areas in the city. To address this gap, what can we do to overcome these challenges in helping students in rural areas to improve their digital literacy? To whom we could get support to ensure students will receive education equipped by digital materials to nurture their digital literacy? Yes, that's the question.
Thank you very much, Mr. Moderator. Malaysia has 10,235 schools, which is 7,777 is primary schools, and balance is secondary schools. We have 13 states and 3 like Sabah, Sarawak, and Wilayah Persekutuan. So we have demographical issues around Malaysia. But with the technology of internet access like Starlink, yeah, so we are trying to put the best infrastructure, at least digital infrastructure, in all schools in Malaysia. For the rural and remote areas, we supply with Starlink. So basically, we have internet access in all schools in Malaysia. In 2,235 schools in Malaysia, but with different technologies like Starlink and fiber technologies. Ministry of Education in Malaysia also provide all schools in Malaysia with digital devices like notebook and computers for students and teachers. So with digital education policy took place in November 2023, I think Ministry of Education Malaysia is give full support for the teachers and students all over in Malaysia to get the best in digital technologies for all. For 5 million students in Malaysia and 420,000 teachers in all schools in Malaysia. Thank you very much.
Okay, thank you. So it's like the government knows about this problem and provide full support for students and teachers. And I think another interesting question is about the school leader computer competency. Like what is the measurement to be used for measuring school leader digital competency in Malaysia?
In Institute Amiruddin Baki, we have one program like Malaysian Digital Leaders for the administrators in Malaysia. MDT, My Digital Leaders program is one of the program for the all school head or school administrators like school principal or school headmasters. We start in 2022 screening. We give the we access their capabilities with the standard questionnaire. Then after that, we put into different categories for the high capabilities or lowest capabilities, and we start design the program for them. And at the moment, we have more than 50% of school administrators and school leaders trained by our My Digital Leaders. So depends on their capabilities. So we have level 1 and level 2 and level the highest level for them. So normally all school leaders will be trained in My Digital Leaders program for equip them with digital competencies. Thank you very much.
Okay, thank you very much. Move to Lao PDR, Dr. Lampoon. I think this is very interesting question as well for many countries. The question is, can a principal handle the work freely without under respective organization? Like I think the question is about the autonomy of the school leaders.
Yes, thank you for the question. I don't think that maybe my question back to the person who asked, who interested in this question, that what do we mean by the free? In what level? Of course, we do have some compulsory tasks for them, for the school principal to support, to govern this the school. But we also open space for them, like the words that we use to try to find the right thing to do rather than to do the right thing, which is the thing that order from the higher level. Because the problem and the issue that happen to different school may have different solution, and by context, by case. So we open the space to the school principal, and we also set up the appoint as the committee for school development committee at a school level, who we call as a stakeholder to think about or to find solution to overcome the challenges and the problem at the school level. Not only just wait it for the Ministry of Education, the same as professional development as well. Not only just wait it for the ministry provide us the fund to provide the training for them. They should be able to conduct training for themselves. And that is school principal should be able to facilitate, to support, to make it happen. Thank you.
Okay. So like school leaders have the autonomy and I think the question are a lot actually, but I select this one. The in-service teachers of developing countries are mostly engaged in their personal matters rather than the benefit of the students, though training and development program are given to them. Then what will be way out of this scenario? That's the question.
Okay, thanks for the question. I open a lot for questions and comment in my presentation. That's why I receive a lot. Thank you. The public school teachers, when they are counted as qualified, they mean they receive training for 2 years or 1 year in the teacher education institution. They were trained and with all the rule of the games, I mean, with what they have to handle in teaching and learning in the classroom. The issue is that what we normally say, the old hand teachers can change the newly trained teachers. The newly trained teacher in the first year, second year, and third year, they're so enthusiastic. They work very hard. They presented all the innovative teaching method. They do a modern assessment. But later on, the old hand teachers in the system for many years, oh, you know, you're not going to be promoted. You invest a lot and it will not change much. So this issue of not having a strong team to work better for the school, and that it's require and a time investment from the school director. So in this point, the solution is it dropped. I mean, the task is given to the school director who make the old blood and the new blood working together well for the benefit of the school. And you can learn some from the new, you can learn some from the old. It's about building a school culture for the achievement of the learning outcomes and the learning outputs as prescribed by the school, that make tasks and strategic plan based on commitment that is given to the government as a public school.
Okay. And other question related to the model school. I think I'll group them together. Like, how do you differentiate between model schools and normal school? What are the action taken in model schools? I think they need more explanation. Yes.
Okay, thank you. They set up the most model school standard. The most school standard first, green, clean, no rubbish, safe, no drugs, no bullies at school, and learning achievement. They do the standard test assessment because the ministry, they go to school and they check. They don't trust teachers because teacher, they rate their student, they give tests, and then they mark, they work out pass and fail. But the ministry team, they go and bringing as a standard test, they check. And if the school having the standard test assessment at a higher score, at the minimal, they say this is good. So they focus on learning achievement that checked by the central level, and then they pronounce that. Number two, if the dropout rate is very low, the promotion rate is higher, and the learning achievement rate based on the standard test is higher than the normal school. So and then they check the exit exam, from grade 9. The exit exam from grade 12 is a national exam, and then they have ABC at a higher level, and then they check the criteria that the school have, whether the school have a strategic plan, 5-year strategic plan, the school 100 indicators to be checked. So if they pass all that, and then they pass the score at a minimum level, they pronounce a model school that they have to be model of the other school because you perform outstandingly.
Wow, interesting. And in order to be the model school, it's not easy, right?
Model.
Yes, model. Okay, next to Miss Maslia. This is also related to autonomy. The question is that what is the balance between autonomy and accountability for school leadership in your country? What impact does this have on student outcomes and teacher retention? Yes. Let me repeat the question again. What is the balance between autonomy and accountability for school leadership in your country? What impact does this have on student outcomes and teacher retention? Yes.
All right, thank you for the question. Right, so in Brunei last time, so the school leaders are given autonomy in terms of, let me recall, around 5 areas, okay? For example, in terms of autonomy in using resources, autonomy in assessment, and also curriculum. So in here, it helps the leadership in terms of the accountability to improve the school improvement, all right? And also, when they are given the autonomy, so the school leaders automatically that they are leading the school. So it's not only, waiting for the Ministry of Education to let them to do the instruction to the school and the teachers. All right, so in terms of teacher retention, I believe in Brunei Darussalam, we really don't have issues in terms of the teachers retention. And even though we do have, but in a very small number of teachers only, all right, because we believe that we give a strong support to our teachers and school leaders, all right? So back to that, in terms of teachers retention, we don't have issues and challenges on that. But in terms of the school leaders, to retain our school leaders is now becoming of our issues at the moment, because due to that we already have a transformation in terms of our educational policy, that now we have a retention of our school system, that previously the teachers, to be in school. But now with the introduction of the integration system between the religious school and our education system. They are going, they have to stay until 3 p.m. every day. Okay, so this alarm the is it becoming something until now, all right? So, but we are trying our best to support our school leaders and teachers with that, all right? Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Question is that I agree with core purpose of BDSL SCF, but a teacher or human being is difficult to handle. Let me know your experiences. So the question is that I agree with core purpose of BDSL SCF, but a teacher or human being is difficult to handle. Let me know your experiences. Yes.
All right, let me get into the question first. All right, with regards to the Brunei Darussalam School Leadership Framework, okay, it's a guidebook where how we want to support our school leaders in terms of their competencies, leadership competencies. All right, so altogether in the BDSLS, in short, we have the 16 competencies that our school leaders should have. Okay, so our trainers in the BDLTA, Brunei Darussalam Leadership and Teacher Academy, will train our school leaders on how and support to have all those 16 competencies. So with all those competencies that the school leaders maybe benefit from it, that can be handled or and then manage the teachers in their school. We know that every teachers, I believe in almost countries have also challenges in terms of handling our teachers. But with these competencies, so it helps to support our school leaders on how to manage and deal with their teachers, especially with the issues and concerns that they have. Thank you.
Thank you. All right. It looked like we talk a lot about school leaders, educators, teachers, and we have some scope expanding to the human being, which is like the ground for society, education, and the nation and ASEAN country as well. Thank you very much for the presenter. You are excellent. Thank you very much. And also thank you very much for the participant. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Ponapi. And the presenter, could you please remain on the stage? And may I also invite Mr. Alessandro and Mr. Lee Yang Ken to please get back to the stage. And now we would like to invite Miss Letty Thuy Dương, SEAMEO RETRAC Center Director, to present the token of appreciation to the moderators and presenters. Participants on Zoom and YouTube Live, could you please remain connected? We will have the instruction for the validation of e-certificate after the closing. Thank you. The moderators and presenters, please join the group photo. Distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, thank you very much for your attention as well as the active participation in the Educational Forum on Navigating Leadership and Management for the Future Development of Education, Insights and Best Practices in Southeast Asia. Now, may I invite Ms. Lê Thị Thùy Dương, Director of SEAMEO RETRAC, to deliver the closing remarks.
Thank you very much, MC. Mr. Alessandro, representative from SEAMEO Secretariat, distinguished SEAMEO RETRAC Golden Board members and observer, distinguished online participants, ladies and gentlemen. We are conclude today's forum on navigating leadership and management for future development of education, insight and practices in South Asia. I would like to express my sincere gratitude to each of you and every one of you. Your presence, participation, and contribution have made this forum a meaningful and enriching experience. Throughout discussions, we have explored numerous innovative strategies and best practices that will shape the future of educational leadership and management in the region. The knowledge shared by our distinguished speaker has highlighted the importance of collaboration, adaptability, and forward-thinking leadership to navigate the challenges of the 21st century. I would like to extend my deep appreciation to Mr. Alessandro and our esteemed governing board members for their invaluable insights. A special thanks to all the educators, policymakers, and leaders who join us online from across South Asia and beyond. Lastly, this forum would not have been possible without the dedication of the SEAMEO RETRAC team. Your hard work and coordination have ensured the success of this event, and for that, I'm deeply grateful. As we move forward, I hope that the ideas and discussion we have shared today toward a brighter future for education. Thank you again, and I wish you all continued success in your endeavor. I look forward to seeing you at the future event of SEAMEO RETRAC. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Ms. Lê Thị Thùy Dương, SEAMEO RETRAC Center Director, for your closing remarks. Thank you very much to all the distinguished speakers and participants. Your attendance and contribution has contributed to the success of the event. Thank you for your support. This is the end of the forum. Participants, speakers in the halls, may I have some minutes to provide guidelines for online participants to get e-certificates. Ladies and gentlemen, before saying goodbye, please do not forget to help us complete the evaluation and certificate validation form by scanning the QR code or by clicking on the link sent by SEAMEO RETRAC. Your feedback will help us to improve the quality of our future activities. Please ensure the spelling of your full name and email address before submitting the form to us. We use a system to generate the certificate of participation according to your provided information. We are sorry for not being able to fix the certificate after sending it. Please check your email for any updates for us. Your e-certificate of participation will be sent to you via email soon. For any inquiries, please feel free to contact us via email below that you see on the screen. Again, thank you very much, everyone, for joining us today. Goodbye, and hope to see you maybe online or in-person activities at SEAMEO RETRAC in future events. Thank you very much.